Welcome to Ajax Downs. Wednesday, October the 25th, closing day here at Ajax. I'm Nick Kukas. Unfortunately, today my co-host Jennifer Morrison is under the weather severely. I talked to her this morning, could barely talk, so she didn't want to miss today, but unfortunately she couldn't make it, but she's here in spirit, and I'm sure she's watching back at home. 11 races on tap for closing day here, and of course we've got the Battle of the Breeds, the race we've been waiting for. We got a 4-horse field in race number 2, 2 thoroughbreds and 2 quarter horses going a distance of 870 yards, so they're going to go around the hook. It's the first time we've had a race since last year. We're really looking forward to it. And of course, the feature race on today's Carter Racing is the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity, the best 2-year-old quarter horses in Canada going forward in race number 8. Let's start off with race number 1 today, which is a maiden race. These are Ontario Sire Maidens, 2-year-olds, going a distance of 250 yards, a field of 4 going forward. The 5-horse has been scratched. I think it's a race between the 1-horse No Cash and the 3-horse Daphne. Carly Furlonger rides Daphne for trainer Scott Reed. This is a horse that just got beat last time, had a really good trip. Really didn't have much of an excuse, but has got 3 races under her belt right now and should run well today. The horse, of course, to beat in here is the 1-horse No Cash. Neil Husbands rides this horse. This horse closed well on the outside last time. Gets the inside post position today, and as you can see, my selection is in here is 1-3. Jennifer, of course, picked 3-1. Let's move on to race number 2, the Battle of the Breeds. We've got 2 thoroughbreds going forward against 2 quarter horses. The thoroughbreds are on the inside and the outside. The quarter horses are in between, and this is going to be a real interesting race. I went with the 5-horse in here, Red Maple. Chris Griffith all the way in from Fort Erie to ride this one. He, of course, also rides at Woodbine. And this is a horse that has shown some speed, going 5/8 of a mile. Big cutback on this horse. But I really think this horse can get it done in here. Jennifer, however, went to the 2-horse Maryland Magic, the 9-year-old quarter horse who's ridden today by D.I. Benitez, coming out of the Jason Pascoe barn. This is a horse that she likes in here. What can you say about this quarter horse? Run 60 times, 18 wins, 10 seconds, 11 thirds. Made $198,000 trying to get over that $200,000 mark today. And that should be a real test today, running against some thoroughbreds going 870 yards. Just for those of you who know, 880 is exactly a half a mile, so this is just a touch out of a half mile. Really looking forward to this exciting race today on the card. And we thank everyone for supporting this race today, especially those who came up from Fort Erie to run in the race. Let's move on to race number 3, a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up, with an average of 70 and under, and this is a race going 330 yards. I went with the 4-horse DM Paid in Advance. Ismael Mascara riding this one today for trainer Les Baker. This is a horse that's really been on the fringes lately, but did win 3 starts back, looking to get its 2nd win of the year. The 2-horse Chicks Got Me Wondering. Rachel Isaacs, who I think has had just a tremendous year this year, rides this horse today for trainer and owner Joe Tavares. This is a horse that's only won once in 32 starts. Got a little bit of second-itis, but you know what? It's not that tough of a race. Should be able to round out the exactor in race number 3. Moving on to race number 4. This is a speed index event. It's also a gridiron gallop race, which is 110 yards. We've got a couple of gridiron gallops today. And this is a horse, this is a race where the horse obviously has to break very well. If you don't break very well, you really got no shot of winning in here. I'm going to hope that the 2-horse Red Wagon Dust, who's tried this distance before twice with 1/3, hasn't had a lot of success, but the horse is in really good form, and I'm hoping that he can get the break with a rider, Tony Phillips, in the saddle. The 1-horse Dagny Taggart is a horse of interest to me. Never tried the distance, but has shown some speed in the past, and again, draws the inside with Ramiro Sanchez Castillo in the saddle. 2-1 is my selection in race number 4. Let's move on to race number 5, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-earners of 7,500 since May the 1st, 2023, which have started a race here at Ajax Downs, of course. The 4-horse, Tempting First Dash, Carly Furlonger, Scott Reed, looks like a horse that's going to be awfully, awfully tough to beat in here. The horse that I think that can give this horse some trouble in here, that's the 5-horse, Fast Streaking Nick, who's really not had a good year this year. He is a 9-year-old gelding. I just want to give him one more chance because he has shown a lot of class in the past. He had a good year last year. He had 2 wins last year. He's won 10 races lifetime. Hasn't really been on his A game in 2023, but I'm hoping he can turn that around in race number 5. Let's move on to race number 6, which is another gridiron gallop. These are 3-year-olds and up, which have never won a race going 110 yards. And this race here, there's some warriors in this race, and I'm going to start with the 1-horse Valiant Chicken Snow. This is a horse that's had a tremendous year this year. Trainer Jason Pascoe has done a really, really good job with this 3-year-old filly. She's won 3 races. She's finished the second 3 times. She's finished third twice, 8 out of 10 in the money. She's made almost $60,000 this year, and I think she's going to be awfully tough. Of course, she has to get the break. We always say that. That's our caveat to these gridiron gallops. The horse to beat, both Jennifer and I pick, is the 2-horse Ice Witch. This 9-year-old gelding has been really well managed by owner-trainer Dan Giles. He's done a great job with this horse. He doesn't run a lot, but when he does run, he runs in the right spots, and I think this could be the right spot today. The horse had no closing kick last time, had the 1 hole, draws off the rail today. I think he could show a lot more today than he did last time. 1-2 is my selection in race number 6. Race number 7 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, an open race, 350 yards the distance, and of course the start of the second pick 5 on today's card of racing. And we've got some champs running in here. The 2-horse Snow Moose. What can I say about this 3-year-old gelding? 4 wins already this year. $64,000 in the bank. I mean, he's just a really, really nice horse. Only question is the cutback distance of 350. He's had no success going 350. So I did pick him, but I'm a little leery at the distance. He's coming off a 440, which he was much the best. So although I like him, I wouldn't key him. And the horse to beat in here is the 1-horse, Dark and Stormy. Make no mistake about it, this horse has been running tremendously. I know he's got 4-5 wins in a row with a couple of DQs in there, but boy, this horse has been unbelievable this year. Trainer Lauren Spada has just done a wonderful, wonderful job. Turned this horse's life right around. The other horse, if you want to play an exactor or a triactor, is the 4-horse, Had to Be Relentless. Josh Scott riding for Bryn Robertson. Another horse coming off a 440. Has had success going 350, a little shorter in here. He's just a nice, consistent horse. 7 starts this year, 6 times in the money, with, of course, 3 wins. So he's not win shy. And, boy, this could be a really, really tough competitive race. That's the 7th race today. We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to talk about the feature race coming up in about 15 seconds.
When leaving the gate, thinking getting out there first, be as one with the horse, scream my lungs out.
I need to win this race.
Okay, we're back for race number 8 on today's card. That's our feature race of the day. It's the 23rd running of the Alex Peacock Memorial Futurity. $76,680 up for grabs. These 2-year-olds going forward. We do have a scratch in here. The 8-horse Wicked Wild Willie is out. We're down to a field of 9. But boy, what a great field of horses this is. I went with the 10-horse, Hawking in the Straw, Brian Bell, Jason Pascoe. What can we say? This horse drew away last time and won very, very easily, coming off 2 consecutive wins. This 2-year-old gelding really has been in great form. His ever since he's come to Ajax Downs, he was running down at Indiana for his first 3 lifetime races. The 9-horse Snow Magically Sweet, Ricardo Moreno to ride this one today. This is a horse that I think can be a price in here. So if you're looking for a bit of a long shot, it may be a horse that you might want to throw in the exactor in trifecta. The 7-horse I Tempt You, of course, is the other logical horse in here. Also coming out of the Jason Pascoe barn. D.I. Benitez in the saddle for this 2-year-old gelding, who also won very easily last time. He did veer in a little bit in the stretch last time. A bit of concern for me, but hopefully Jason's done some work with this horse since his last start, so hopefully he'll be able to run a little straight in here. Those are my top 3 picks in race number 8, the feature race on today's Card of Racing. Let's move on to race number 9, which is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 80 and under, or never better than 85. We do have a field of 4. The 1-horse and the 6-horse are both out in here. It comes down, in my opinion, to a 2-horse race. The 2-horse Dazoom Alexis Sanchez, who's had a great rookie year here at Ajax Downs, and the 3-horse Shake Some Sugar, Ed Walton, the cagey veteran, of course, in our jocks room. So it's the rookie versus the veteran in race number 9. 2-3 is my selection in that race. Let's move on to race number 10, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, which have never won a race, going 110 yards. The 3rd gridiron gallop of the day. And this race here has got some old warriors as well. I picked the 2-horse Just Carolina's Award. This is a horse that's never run this distance before, but certainly is coming off a 300-yard victory where he did go wire to wire. Another horse that I think Lawrence Spade has done a great job with turning his life around this year. Didn't race last year, took a 2-year break, but has really come into form. The 7-horse, Mia Havana Carly Furlonger, is my second choice in here. Scott Reed, the trainer. This is a horse that's tried the distance 4 times with a 2nd and a 3rd, looking to get a good break on the outside. Let's move on to race number 11, the final race of the card and the final race of 2023 here at Ajax Downs. And this is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 90 and under. The 1-horse Joe Checkers is out, but we do have a field of 8 going forward. Very, very competitive field in this race. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if anyone won this race. Let me start off by saying that. I'm going to take a shot on the 9-horse Shaken. Bit of a price in here. Draws the outside. Ran really, really well last time. I think with a bit of a rebound, this horse could hit the ticket. I know I picked the horse 3rd, but this is a horse that could make the price pay well. The 5-horse is my pick in here, quick as a hiccup. D.I. Benitez takes over the riding assignment for Brian Bell today. This is a horse that's coming off a victory. Gets to stay in the same condition today. So, a repeat of that effort is going to make that horse awfully tough. And, of course, the 8-horse Chicks Dig My Money Bags. Boy, I love the name. I love the horse. Dr. Ruth Barber, the trainer and owner of this horse. Last time the horse won 110, forget that race. 2 starts back going 300 yards. The horse won for fun really that day. So I like 5, 8, 9, but the 9 I think is going to be the kicker in race 11 because I think we can get a bit of a price. That's our card for today, Wednesday, October 25th. Closing day. It's a sad day here at Ajax Downs. We just love racing so much that we just don't want to go away for the winter, but we will be back next May, and I'm going to be with you all day. Thanks for joining us on the last edition of Talking Quarters for 2023. We'll see you all day. Good luck with your wagering.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Ajax Downs for our final racing card of the 2023 season. Welcoming you all the viewers streaming in from across the globe. We have 11 races scheduled, and the on-track feature goes in race number 8. That's the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity for 2-year-olds. It's one of the richest quarter horse races run in Canada. Race 8 is approximate post time at 3:54. We also have the Battle of the Breeds race. That's thoroughbreds versus quarter horses. That goes in race 2 on this afternoon's card. If you can all turn to your programs to race number 1, I will now take you through all of the changes and or corrections on today's program. In race number 1, we have a vet scratch. Scratch the number 5 horse, Papa Chase Now. Papa Chase Now is a vet scratch and will not go postward in the opening race. Rider change on number 2, Storm and Norman. The new rider is Rachel Isaacs. Rachel Isaacs rides number 2, Storm and Norman, and will carry 2 pounds over. Number 3, Daphne, will carry 1 pound over. Due to the vet scratch, there will be no show wagering on today's first race. We will have rolling daily doubles and rolling pick 3s throughout our 11 race card. Also note, race 1 is race A of the early pick 4. In race number 2, that's the Battle of the Breeds, we have an equipment change on number 5, Red Maple. He will be running with the blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 5, Red Maple. We have a vet scratch in that second race. It's the number 4 horse, Mia Said. Mia Said is a vet scratch and will not go postward in race number 2. Therefore, there will be no show wagering on the second race. And one overweight, number 2, Maryland Magic, will be 6 pounds over. Race 2 is race A of the early pick 5. Race 3, we have the one overweight, number 2, Chicks Got Me Wondering, 2 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, the number 1 horse, Caraway's Risky Lane. Race number 4 is the Gridiron Gallop, the distance of 110 yards. In that 4th race, we have the following overweights. Number 3, Hanover Hill Justine, 1 pound over. Number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar, 2 pounds over. We have a program error regarding number 6, A Fancy Arrangement, printed incorrectly at 120 pounds in the program. That is incorrect. It should be 130 pounds. And also number 6, A Fancy Arrangement, will carry 5 pounds over the 130 pounds. Race 4 is race A of the middle pick 4. Turn to your programs, race number 5. In the 5th race, just a couple overweights. Number 4, Tempting First Dash, 1 pound over. Number 5, Fast Streak and Nick, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on. Number 3, Caraway's Jet Moon. In race number 6, we have a vet scratch in the program. Scratch the number 5 horse, Raptor. And in that 6th race, the following overweights. Number 1, Valiant Chicken Snow, 3 pounds over. And number 6, Perry Funny Steven, 5 pounds over. In the 7th race, the following overweights. Number 2, Snow Moose, 3 pounds over. Number 3, Spy for the Senate, 3 pounds over. And number 4, Had to Be Relentless, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on. The number 3 horse, Spy for the Senate. Note that race 7 is race A of the final pick 4 of the season. Final pick 5 of the 2023 season. That brings us to the 8th and feature race of the afternoon, the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity, $70,000 added, making it a purse of $76,680. First note, race 8, we have a Stewart scratch. Scratch the number 8 horse, Wicked Wild Willie. Wicked Wild Willie will not go postward in that 8th race. And now the following overweights. Number 2, Sugar and Pride, 2 pounds over. Number 3, Feisty Phoebe, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Pretty Magical, 3 pounds over. Number 6, Willie Lump Lump, 5 pounds over. Number 7, I Tempt You, 6 pounds over. Number 9, Snow Magically Sweet, 3 pounds over. And number 10, Hawk in the Straw, 4 pounds over. Race 8 is race A of the final pick 4. In the 9th race, we have a couple of vet scratches in the program. In that ninth race, scratch both number 1, Wild Kate's Dynasty, and number 6, Isa Cocoa Puff, both vet scratches. Therefore, there is no show wagering on race number 9. The following overweight, number 3, Shake Some Sugar, will carry 5 pounds over. Jockey change on number 5, Just a KVN. The new rider will be Tony Phillips. Tony Phillips rides number 5, Just a KVN. Horses racing with the flipping halter on is just the number 4 horse, Princess Leia. In race number 10, we have a vet scratch. Scratch the number 4 horse, Up and Over. Number 4, Up and Over is a vet scratch. Jockey change on number 1, First Cold Wave. The new rider is J.B. Botello. J.B. Botello rides number 1, First Cold Wave. Corrected weight carries 3 pounds over. Number 3, Blue Eyed Merlin, 2 pounds over. And number 7, Mia Havana, 1 pound over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, both number 6, S.W. the Tempest, and number 7, Mia Havana. And number 3, Blue Eyed Merlin, is racing with the flipping halter off. Race 10 is the first half of the final 8 double of the season. That brings us to the 11th and final race of the year. We have a vet scratch in the program, scratch number 1, Joe Checkers. And the following overweights, number 2, Sugarman's Delight, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Night Leader, 1 pound over. Number 5, a rider change on Quick as a Hiccup. The rider will be Diego Benitez. Diego Benitez rides number 5, Quick as a Hiccup, and now carrying 6 pounds over. Number 6, Bogey Wheels, 2 pounds over. Number 7, SW Snow Magically Cool, is 3 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, number 4, Night Leader, and number 7, SW Snow Magically Cool. Horses racing with the flipping halter off is number 6, Bogey Wheels. Those are the changes thus far in your program. Any further changes or corrections will be given to you before each race. Track conditions are listed as fast. It's 19 degrees Celsius, 66 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is a crosswind at 16 kilometers an hour, which is 10 miles per hour, and they're calling for a 90% chance of rain at some point this afternoon. Post time for race 1 is at 12:45 in just 7 minutes. The horses are now entering the track for today's first race. It's for Ontario sired maiden 2-year-olds, running for a purse of $12,000. Number 1, No Cash, owned by Patrick Henry and ridden by Neil Husbands. Number 2 is the Peacock Cattle Company Stormin' Norman, Rachel Isaacs aboard. Number 3 is the Rafin Racing Syndicate's Daphne, ridden by Carly Furlonger. And completing the field, number 4 is I Am Maximus, owned by Chantal Bourgeois and ridden by Cassandra Jeske. Scratch number 5, Papa Chase Now. That is your field for today's first race, going a distance of 250 yards. 3 minutes till post time. Race 1 is race A of the early pick 4. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. First one in is number 1, No Cash, the heavy favorite at 1-2 on the board, making her third lifetime start. Storm and Norman goes in. Now co-favorite with number 1, No Cash, both at even money. Number 3 is Daphne. And the last one to load, number 4, I Am Maximus, in this first race for maiden 2-year-olds. They're at the post. And they're off. Daphne in the center. Towards the rail is No Cash. Third on the outside is I Am Maximus, and Storm and Norman is the early trailer. From the extreme outside, I Am Maximus is just blowing by the field and will break her maiden. The unofficial winner of the first race was number 4, I Am Maximus. Second was number 1, No Cash. Third, number 3, Daphne. And fourth, number 2, Storm and Norman. The results of the first race are now official. The winner is number 4, I Am Maximus, 2-year-old Grey Gelding by Caviar and Corona out of Isa Quick Glass by Isa Special. Foaled in Ontario by Chantal Bourgeois, as also owned and trained by Chantal Bourgeois, and ridden to victory by jockey Cassandra Jeske. I Am Maximus winning the distance with a time of 13.979 seconds, carrying a speed index of 67. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 2-4-3-1 Vet Scratch. Those are your total results of the first race. In this upcoming second race, we have a Vet Scratch in the program, scratch number 4, Mia Said. Also the following overweights, number 2, Maryland Magic, will be 6 pounds over. An equipment change on number 5, Red Maple, will be running with the blinkers on. Race 2 is Race A of this afternoon's early pick 5. Also note there will be no show wagering in race number 2 due to the Vet Scratch of number 4, Mia Said.
Race number 2, the Battle of the Breeds, is coming up in about 10 minutes here at Ajax Downs. 870 yards the distance. That's almost half a mile. Half a mile would be 880, of course. 2 thoroughbreds, 2 quarter horses. Let's start with the first horse, number 1, thoroughbred Devil in Her Heart. Alexis Sanchez riding for Roy George Agostino. This 4-year-old filly by Signature Red, foaled in Ontario by Sunrise Farm out of a Bold Executive mare, is going to try a shorter distance, but you know what? This filly's got some speed. Of course, all Signature Reds have speed, and it's coming off a really nice victory back on October the 2nd at Fort Erie, going a distance of 5 furlongs in 58 and 4 that day. Looks to shorten up here today. Alexis Sanchez, who knows this racetrack, gets to ride this filly today. This filly looks like she's ready to rock and roll here at Ajax Downs. Let's move on to the 2-horse, the first of our 2 quarter horses in this race. This 9-year-old horse by Paint Your Wagon, Maryland Magic. What can I say about this horse? Made $198,000 lifetime coming out of the Jason Pasco barn. The irony of this horse is last week the horse ran going 110 yards, now runs 870 yards, so running 8 times as far as what he ran last week. D.I. Benitez takes over the riding assignment on this classy quarter horse, Maryland Magic. The 3-horse, Azuri's Royalty. Neil Husbands in the saddle for Brooke Sissons. This horse is coming off a victory again last week, going a distance of 330 yards, and is going to make the first crack at going around a hook. 870 yards of distance for Neil Husbands and Azuri's Royalty. The 5-horse, Red Maple. This 5-year-old gelding by Signature Red. Another thoroughbred, bred by Gary McNichol, a longtime quarter horse owner here at Ajax Downs. Chris Husbands in from Fort Erie to ride this horse. Of course, Chris also rides at Woodbine. This horse is coming off not a great effort back on October the 10th, going 5.5 furlongs, but does have speed. And this horse is my selection in here. Chris Husband gets the riding assignment today here at Ajax Downs, the first time he ever rode here. I'd love to know what he thinks of our racetrack and our beautiful surface here. That's the field for the Battle of the Breed, the start of today's first pick 5. Make sure you get your wager in early. Enjoy the battle coming up in about 8 minutes.
The horses are now entering the track for today's second race. It's the Battle of the Breeds, the thoroughbreds versus the quarter horses. Number 1 is Devil in Her Heart, owned by Mary Lynn Agostino. The jockey is Alexis Sanchez. Number 2 is Maryland Magic, owned by Milena Fitchin. D.I. Benitez in the saddle. Number 3 is Azur's Royalty, owned by Megan Finnessy. The Mount Tennille Husbands. Scratch number 4, Mia Sad. And completing the field is the M&M Racing Stables Red Maple. Christopher Husbands aboard. That is your field for the second race, going a distance of 870 yards. Race 2 is Race A of the early pick 5. Once again, no show wagering available in this upcoming second race. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point and they're loading into the gates. Number 1, Devil in Her Heart, is the first one in, trying to extend her winning streak to 2. Number 2 is Maryland Magic. We have 1 thoroughbred in and 1 quarter horse. Number 3, Azur's Royalty. The next one in is the second quarter horse. And the last thoroughbred will be number 5, Red Maple. In the second race, the Battle of the Breeds, running for a purse of $13,000. They're at the post. And they're off. Maryland Magic broke out quickly towards the inside. Right alongside is Azur's Royalty. Sitting third early is Red Maple, and then it's 5 lengths back to Devil in Her Heart. That's the quarter horse matchup right now. Maryland Magic on the inside. Azur's Royalty at her flank. Now 3 wide. Red Maple sitting on a big move here at the first turn. Red Maple has her head in front. Azur's Royalty now digs in to take over the lead. Maryland Magic is there, and Devil in Her Heart has some running to do as they reach the top of the stretch. Azur's Royalty and Maryland Magic and Red Maple and Azur's Royalty looking strong in performance. Neil Husbands takes a peek over his left shoulder, likes what he sees, and is going to win it. He wins it by a length and 3/4. Tight for place, Red Maple gets up over Maryland Magic, and Devil in Her Heart finish 4th. The unofficial winner of the second race was number 3, Azur's Royalty. In the place photograph, it was number 5, Red Maple, getting second, with third, number 2, Maryland Magic, and fourth, number 1, Devil in Her Heart. If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a jockey's claim of foul in this second race. Please hold on to all tickets. The jockey of number 2, Maryland Magic, D.I. Benitez, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 3, Azur's Royalty. Hold on to all tickets, please. The race is under review by the stewards. We have a correction on the objection. It's by the trainer, not the jockey. The trainer of number 2, Maryland Magic, Jason Pasco, has lodged the foul against number 3, Azur's Royalty. If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that there will be no change in the order of finish. The trainer's claim of foul has been disallowed. The second race will now become official. Number 3, Azur's Royalty. 5-year-old Grey Gelding by Azure Down There, out of the Thoroughbred Royal Gate by the Thoroughbred Relegate. Foaled in Ontario by Whispering Winds Racing, Azur's Royalty is owned by Megan Finnessy, trained by Brooke Sisson, and ridden to victory by jockey Neil Husbands. Azur's Royalty winning the distance with a time of 47.071 seconds, carrying a speed index of 99. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 431, Vet Scratch 2. Those are your total results of the second race. In this upcoming third race, we have the following overweights. Number 2, Chicks Got Me Wonderin', 2 pounds over. And number 4, DM Paid in Advance, 1 pound over.
Okay, the Battle of the Breeds winner is Azuri's Royalty, a quarter horse beating the Thoroughbreds, and of course, what a great ride by Neil Husbands. Neil, congratulations.
Man, Nick, thank you very much. I mean, I'm speechless right now. But you know what? I want to say thanks for everything from Ajax, all the hard work and all the people every year coming around supporting us, all the fans. Thank you guys very much. The trainers, the owners, the people that does all the work on the inside. You know what? I want to say thank you to you too, Nick, for everything you do for us, sir, and I appreciate everything.
Well, let me ask you this, because you know what? Well, 20 yards to go, you did the old fist pump. I saw that. Okay, Neil. Is that when you knew you had the race won?
Yeah, I mean, at the top of the lane there, I kind of I see them all got into me. And then we get to the 8th pole, I was so confident with my horse in hand. I just took a peek back, because it's a little longer of a race. I had a little chance to peek back, and I had a ton of horse. So the 8th pole to the wire, just celebrated a little bit because, I worked so hard all year. And like I said, thanks to all the people at Ajax for even helping me so far. And I give the thanks to all those people. I'm still taking the credit for myself,
No, I noticed you broke really well. You got into a bit of a speed battle with Maryland Magic. And, of course, Chris Husbands. Why do I say Chris Griffith? Chris Husbands was getting the perfect trip. Yeah. Were you worried at any time?
You know what? I looked at the corner of my eye. I see him right there side of me, but I know I had enough horse. And I just kept him out, and he was patient, and, the better rider wins.
Congratulations, Neil. Maybe the hook racing is your specialty. Congratulations and good hard work. Here we are from Ajax Downs, the Battle of the Breed, the winner of this year's Jocks, Neil Husbands. The Battle of the Breeds is in the books now. Neil Husbands, the rider of Azuri's Royalty, quarter horse, 5-year-old gelding by Azuri's down there. Won very convincingly race number 2, and congratulations to all the connections there. Let's move on to race number 3, a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 70 and under, or never better than 75. Right now on the board, the 4-horse DM Paid in Advance. Ismael Mascara is 2-5 on the board right now for trainer Les Baker. This is a horse coming out of a really nice effort last time. Same condition. Got beat, was second best, should run well again today. No excuse on why this 3-year-old filly shouldn't. I think the horse to beat is the 2-horse. Chicks Got Me Wondering, 11-1 right now in the program. Rachel Isaacs, who I mentioned earlier, is having a really nice year. She's been riding lights out this year. Takes over for the second time on this horse. Chicks Got Me Wondering, coming out of the Joe Tavares barn. The 3-horse, Russian in the Rain. Tony Phillips in the saddle today. 6-5 right now on the board. I think this horse will creep up a little bit. Tony's ridden this 3-year-old filly 3 times with 1 victory, looking for her second lifetime win. And rounding out the field is the 1-horse Caraway's Risky Lane, the 5-horse Caraway's Native Lane, both coming out of the Wayne Proctor barn. That barn looking for their first winner of the year. Norm Lloyd D'Souza on Risky Lane, Cheyenne Kerr on Native Lane. That's our field for race number 3, the start of our first pick 4 on the day. No, it's not the pick 4 on the day. Pick 4 starts in race number 4. So there we go. We got a break in the pick 4. Good luck with your wagering in race number 3.
The horses are now entering the track for today's third race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 70 and under, or with a speed index that has never been better than 75, running for a purse of $8,000. Number 1, Caraway's Risky Lane, owned by the partnership of Wayne Carroll Proctor and ridden by jockey Norman D'Souza. Number 2 is Chicks Got Me Wonderin', owned by Joe Tavares, Rachel Isaacs in the saddle. Number 3 is Rushin' in the Rain, owned by Amber Archibald, the mount to Tony Phillips. Number 4 is DM Paid in Advance, owned by the partnership of Earl Foster and Les Baker, and ridden by Ismael Mosquera. And completing the field, number 5 is Caraway's Native Lane, owned by the partnership of Wayne and Carroll Proctor, and ridden today by jockey Cheyenne Kerr. That is your field for the third race, going a distance of 330 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. First one in, number 1 is Caraway's Risky Lane, 1 of 2 in the field for Wayne and Carol Proctor. Number 2 is Chicks Got Me Wonderin', the lone gray in this field. So far this afternoon, the first 2 winners were both gray. Race number 3, horse number 3, is Russian in the Rain. Co-favorite with number 4, DM Paid in Advance, and the last one in, Caraway's Native Lane. They're at the post. Acting up in the gate, number 3, Russian in the Rain. And they're off. Russian in the Rain broke out quickly. Away second is Chicks Got Me Wonderin'. Towards the fences, Caraway's Risky Lane, and now asked to pick it up as DM Paid in Advance. Phillips all over this horse. Russian in the Rain. Chicks Got Me Wonderin' to his inside. Flying late is DM Paid in Advance. At the wire, picture time. A win photo with DM Paid in Advance and Russian in the Rain. Chicks Got Me Wonderin' finished third. In the win photo, it was number 4, DM Paid in Advance, getting the victory over number 3, Russian in the Rain. Third was number 2, Chicks Got Me Wonderin', and in the 4th place photo, it was number 5, Caraway's Native Lane, finishing 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the 3rd race. That's number 4, DM Paid in Advance. The results of the third race are now official. The winner is number 4, DM Paid in Advance, 3-year-old Chestnut Filly by Sugarman Perry, out of DM Paid in Cash by DM Selexis. Foaled in Ontario by Husky Sport Incorporated, DM Paid in Advance is owned by the partnership of Earl Foster and Les Baker, trained by Les Baker, and ridden to victory by jockey Ismael Mosquera. DM Paid in Advance winning the distance with a time of 17.779 seconds, carrying a speed index of 70. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 53214. Those are your total results of the third race. In this upcoming fourth race, note we have a program error regarding the weight of the number 6 horse, a fancy arrangement that should have been printed 130 pounds, and also the following overweight is 5 pounds over on number 6, a fancy arrangement. And the following overweights, couple more, number 3, Hanover Hill Justine, 1 pound over, and number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar, 2 pounds over. Race 4 is race A of the second pick 4.
Race number 4 is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average speed index of 80 and under, 110 yards a distance. The first of our 3 gridiron gallops today on the card. Right now, the 5-horse Kitsa winner, Norm Lloyd D'Souza, is the early favorite here. This 5-year-old mare has tried the distance once without success, but does have some speed. Norm Lloyd D'Souza has ridden this horse all but one time on paper. Only 3 starts back, the horse was ridden by Rachel Isaacs. The 2-horse, Red Wagon Dust, is my selection in here. Tony Phillips rides for Amanda McCormick. This is a horse that's run just really, really well the last 4 or 5 starts. Not sure about the distance. Has taken 2 shots at 110 with 1/3, but has got some speed, and hopefully TP can get him out of the gate early. And if he gets him out of the gate early, I think he's going to be tough to run down in here. The 1-horse, Dagny Taggart, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo in the saddle for trainer Bob Broadstock. This is a horse that's never tried 110. Doesn't show a lot of speed in his races, so he's going to need a bit of a better start, I think, in here. He also draws the 1 hole, which is going to be a little tough in this particular race. Those are my selections for race number 4. Let me remind everyone, this is the start of our second pick 4 on today's card of racing. You want to get your bet early. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fourth race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 80 and under, or with a speed index that has been never better than 85, running for a purse of $9,000. Number 1 is the First Line Racing Syndicate's Dagny Taggart. Jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. Number 2 is Amanda McCormick's Red Wagon Dust, ridden by Tony Phillips. Number 3, Hanover Hill Justine, owned by the partnership of Scott Reed and John Wilson, and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 4 is James Bogar's Runaway Lights and Caviar, Rachel Isaacs in the irons. Number 5 is Kit's a Winner, owned by the partnership of Earl Foster and Ross Leach, and ridden by jockey Norman D'Souza. And number 6 is A Fancy Arrangement, owned by Joe Tavares, and ridden by Ed Walton. That is your field for the fourth race, going a distance of 110 yards. Race 4 is race A of our second pick 4. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. First horse in is number 1, Dagny Taggart, the lone 3-year-old in this field. Next in is number 3, Hanover Hill Justine. 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar. Number 5 is Kit's a Winner. 6 is A Fancy Arrangement, and the last one in is the even money choice, number 2, Red Wagon Dust. One of 3 gridiron gallops on this afternoon's 11 race card. Acting up in the gate, number 2, Red Wagon Dust. They're at the post. Still unsettled is number 2, Red Wagon Dust. And they're off. Held up was Red Wagon Dust. And it's Dagny Taggart with the lead. Hanover Hill Justine, but it's going to be Dagny Taggart, the lone 3-year-old in the field, taking them on for the victory. Attention, we have a Stewart's inquiry regarding the start on the number 2 horse, Red Wagon Dust. Hold on to all your tickets, please. The race will be under review. It's regarding the start on number 2, Red Wagon Dust. The unofficial winner of the 4th race was number 1, Dagny Taggart. Second was number 3, Hanover Hill Justine. Third, number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar. And fourth, number 6, A Fancy Arrangement. Once again, this race is under review. We have a Stewart's inquiry, and it's all regarding the start on the number 2 horse, Red Wagon Dust. Hold all tickets, please, until the 4th race has been posted official. Now entering the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the fourth race. That's the First Line Racing Syndicate's Dagny Taggart. Ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that there will be no change whatsoever with the order of finish. Race 4 has now become official, 1346. Your winner is number 1, Dagny Taggart, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Doc's Best Card out of the Fast Eagle C by One Famous Eagle. Foaled in Oklahoma by CW and Donald Shearer. Dagny Taggart is owned by the First Line Racing Syndicate, trained by Bob Broadstock, and ridden to victory by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Dagny Taggart winning the distance with a time of 7.125 seconds, carrying a speed index of 81. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 162.354. Those are the total results of the fourth race. In this upcoming fifth race, we have the following overweights. Number 2, Phil Jefferson, 2 pounds over. Number 4, Tempting First Dash, 1 pound over. And number 5, Fast Streak and Nick, 5 pounds over.
Race number 5 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-earners of 7,500 since May the 1st here, and have started at Ajax Downs. 330 yards the distance, and right now the 2-horse Phil Jefferson, Max Bedell, Mad Max is in the saddle today. This is a horse that's only raced twice this year. Hasn't been all that successful, but I guess they think he's going to take some money today, and he's going to run well. Well, I say good luck to them. 6 to 5, 6 to 1. I wouldn't bet 2 cents on this horse, no matter what the price was. I like the 4-horse Attempting First Dash. Carly Furlonger riding for owner trainer Scott Reed. 8 to 5 on the board right now. This horse is coming off a decent race. Didn't have a great closing kick last time, but I like the spot that the horse is in today. It's a much easier race, and this horse ran in an easier race 2 starts ago, going 110, and ran a big race that day. The question mark horse for me is the 5-horse, Fast Streaking Nick. This 9-year-old, he hasn't been good this year. There's no question about it. But he's got back class. He's won 10 lifetime races, 15 seconds, 15 thirds. If there's ever a day where this horse can jump up, this might be the spot for him. 330 yards is a distance that he likes. He draws the outside. He's got Eddie Walton again on his back. I don't know. I just think if this horse breaks well, he could be really, really tough to beat in here. My selection in here is 4-5 in race number 5. Another rolling pick 3 coming up in 8 minutes. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fifth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, non-earners of $7,500 since May 1st, 2023, and which have started a race at Ajax Downs since May 1st, 2023, running for a purse of $9,000. Number 1, Hanover Hill Viola, owned by the partnership of Scott Reed and John Wilson, and ridden today by jockey Cassandra Jeske. Number 2 is Phil Jefferson, owned by Earl Foster, the Mount to Max Pedal. Number 3 is Caraway's Jet Moon, owned by the partnership of Wayne and Carol Proctor, and ridden by Cheyenne Kerr. Number 4 is Scott Reed's Tempting First Dash, ridden by Carly Furlonger. And number 5 is Fast Streakin' Nick, owned by Joe Tavares, and ridden by Eddie Walton. That is your field for the fifth race, going a distance of 330 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, Hanover Hill Viola is in, one of 2 in this field for Scott Reed. Number 2 is Phil Jefferson. Number 3, Caraway's Jet Moon. Number 4, Tempting First Dash, the other trained by Scott Reed, currently the even money favorite in this 5th race. And the last one to load, Fast Streak and Nick. They're at the post. And they're off. Fast Streak and Nick and Tempting First Dash come out together. Along the fences, Hanover Hill Viola. Hanover Hill Viola on the rail, and stablemate Tempting First Dash has the lead. Tempting First Dash, Phil Jefferson, late run by Fast Streak and Nick, but it's going to be Tempting First Dash to win it. Fast Streak and Nick was second, and Phil Jefferson held on for third. Race 5 numbers unofficial, 4-5-2. The unofficial winner of the 5th race was number 4, Tempting First Dash. Second was number 5, Fast Streak and Nick. In the show photo, it was number 2, Phil Jefferson, finishing third, with number 3, Caraway's Jet Moon, finishing fourth. The results of the 5th race are now official. The winner is number 4, Tempting First Dash, 6-year-old Sorrow Mare by Shining First Dash out of A Tempting Chick by Chicks Beduino. Foaled in Texas by Muller Racing. Tempting First Dash is owned and trained by Scott Reed and ridden to victory by jockey Carly Furlonger. Tempting First Dash winning the distance with a time of 17.119 seconds, carrying a speed index of 90. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 5-3-4-1-2. Those are the total results of the fifth race. In this upcoming sixth race, we have a vet scratch in your program, scratch number 5, Raptor. And the following overweights: number 1, Valiant Chicken Snow, 3 pounds over. Number 3, A Dream to Build a Kiss On, 4 pounds over. And number 6, Perry Funny Steven, 5 pounds over.
Race number 6 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, going a distance of 110 yards. The Gridiron Gallop, the second of our 3 Gridiron Gallops on today's card. And this race is actually quite interesting in here. Right now, the 4-horse Even Money on Sour Candy. This is a really nice horse. Question I have, of course, is 110. Is 110 suitable? I know he can break well, but he's never really run this short, so he needs to get into gear really, really quickly. The 1-horse Valiant Chicken Snow, J.B. Botello, is my selection in here. This is a 3-year-old filly that does break very, very well, and if she breaks well in here, she may be tough to beat. The 2-horse Ice Witch, horse to beat, no question. This 9-year-old gelding, ridden today by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo, is owned and trained by Dan Giles. And I give props to Dan every time he runs this horse. He doesn't run this horse a lot, only making his 4th start of 2023. Had 4 starts last year with a win, a second, and a third, so really places the horse quite well. The 3-horse, A Dream to Build a Kiss Upon. Ismael Mascara back in the saddle for the 4th time in a row on this horse. This 3-year-old gelding is another horse that's really never tried the distance, but has had a tremendous year with 3 wins and $48,000 in the bank. This 3-year-old is going to try something different today. The 6-horse, Perry Funny Steven, draws the outside. The 7-year-old gelding coming out of the Joe Tavares barn. Eddie Walton in the saddle today. A horse that's tried the distance twice before, hasn't had a lot of success. I really think is up against it in this race. But my selection in here is the 1-horse Valiant Chicken Snow, the 2-horse Ice Witch. I think it's a battle between those two, unless Sour Candy finds a new love, and that love being 110 yards. That's the field for race number 6, coming up in 8 minutes.
The horses are now entering the track for today's sixth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won a race at the distance of 110 yards, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Valiant Chicken Snow, owned by Melina Fitchin and ridden today by jockey J.B. Botello. Number 2 is Dan Giles' Ice Switch, the Mount Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 3 is Angel Carter's A Dream to Build a Kiss On, ridden by jockey Ismael Mosquera. Number 4 is Sour Candy, owned by the partnership of Craig Spada and Rick Crispy, and ridden by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Scratch number 5, Raptor. And completing the field, number 6 is Perry Funny Stephen, owned by Joe Tavares, and ridden by Ed Walton. That is your field for the sixth race, going a distance of 110 yards. Just a reminder to any of the people that have purchased the quarter horse program for today's card of racing. If any of our riders win multiple races this afternoon, you will be eligible for a free Frosty from the Wendy's on Kingston Road. And in this upcoming sixth race, we have jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo that can win his second race of the afternoon, or Ismael Mosquera aboard number 3, A Dream to Build a Kiss On. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, Valiant Chicken Snow is the first one in. Number 2 is Ice Switch. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo looking for his second win of the afternoon. Number 3 is A Dream to Build a Kiss On, trying to extend his winning streak to 4. Ismael Mosquera looking for his second winner on the card. Sour Candy is in, and the last one in, Perry Funny Stephen. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickly towards the rail is Valiant Chicken Snow. On the outside, Sour Candy. Sour Candy wins it. Second was The Dream to Build a Kiss On. The unofficial winner of the sixth race was number 4, Sour Candy. Second was number 3, A Dream to Build a Kiss On. Third, number 2, Ice Witch. And fourth, number 1, Valiant Chicken Snow. The results of the sixth race are now official. The winner is number 4, Sour Candy. 3-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Jess Good Candy out of Tater to the Top by Trey Says. Foaled in Ontario by Richard Winsakabi. Sour Candy is owned by the partnership of Craig Spada and Rick Crispy, trained by Lauren Spada, and ridden to victory by Alexis Sanchez. Sour Candy winning the distance with a time of 6.839 seconds, carrying a speed index of 107. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 432, 1 vet scratch 5. Those are the total results of the sixth race. In this upcoming seventh race, we have the following overweights. Number 2, Snow Moose, 3 pounds over. Number 3, Spy for the Senate, 3 pounds over. And number 4, Had to Be Relentless, 5 pounds over. Race 7 is Race A of the late Pick 5.
Race number 7 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up. It's an open race, 350 yards of distance in here. And we've got a really nice mix of 3-year-old horses and some older horses in here. You know, we've got 2 older horses, a 3-horse Spy for the Senate, 16 wins in 44 starts. 200,000 in the bank already. He's going against the 3-year-old potential champion Snow Moose, who's won 4 races this year and has made over $100,000. Both horses coming out of the Jason Pascoe barn, so it'll be interesting to see if the old war horse Spy for the Senate and the young horse Snow Moose can get into it right here. They're not the only 2 in the race. This is a real interesting race. The 1 horse, Dark and Stormy, is a 3-year-old colt coming out of the Lawrence Spina barn. What can you say about this horse? 5 wins in a row, but for the fact he's been disqualified a couple of times. But this 3-year-old colt by Carter's Cartel is a horse that is to be reckoned with. Loves to win. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo takes over the riding assignment on this one. The 4 horse Had to Be Relentless. Another horse that's just a really nice horse. This 5-year-old gelding by He's Relentless, ridden today by Josh Scott coming out of the Bryn Robertson barn. This is another horse that's won 7 races lifetime and $140,000 in the bank. Talk about 1, 2, 3, and 4 in here. The 5 horse, 16 to 1 in here. Crash on Oki. This gelding, he's no slouch. Trust me when I tell you. He's won 4 races already this year. Looks fabulous in the paddock today. Alexis Sanchez. I was going to say Castillo, but he doesn't go by that name. Just Sanchez. Of course, the son of Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. This is a horse coming off a 110 race. Also could be really tough in here. 5 horses going forward to race number 7. Really, anyone can win. My selection, of course, is the 2 horse Snow Moose. Win, place, exactor, triactor, superfecta, pick 3, and of course, the start of the late pick 5 coming up in 8 minutes. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's 7th race. It's the co-feature on this afternoon's card of racing. It's an open for 3-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $13,000. Number 1, Dark and Stormy, owned by Craig Spada and ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 2 is Milena Fitchin's Snow Moose, the mount to J.B. Botello. Number 3 is Spy for the Senate, also owned by Milena Fitchin and ridden today by jockey Ricardo Moreno. Number 4 is Had to Be Relentless, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, the jockey Josh Scott. And number 5 is Crush on Okie, owned by the partnership of Craig Spada and Rick Crispy and ridden by Alexis Sanchez. That is your field for the 7th race, going a distance of 350 yards. Race 7 is Race A of the late Pick 5. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time, and they're loading into the gates. Number 1, Dark and Stormy, the first one in. One of 2 in this field for trainer Lauren Spada. Number 2 is Snow Moose. One of 2 in the field for the 2023 trainer champion Jason Pasco. His stablemate Spy for the Senate is in. 4 has Had to Be Relentless. And the last one to load, the other Lauren Spada trained, Crush on Oki. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickly towards the inside is Snow Moose. Along the fence is Dark and Stormy. Third in the center, Spy for the Senate. From the outside, Crash on Oki and Had to Be Relentless. They're all very game coming down to the stretch. Along the fence is Dark and Stormy. Snow Moose is in between horses. Snow Moose is going to get the victory. It looks like Had to Be Relentless got up for the place over Crash on Oki. The unofficial winner of the 7th race was number 2, Snow Moose. Second was number 4, Had to Be Relentless in the place photo over number 5, Crash on Oki, finishing third. Fourth was number 1, Dark and Stormy. The results of the 7th race are now official. The winner is number 2, Snow Moose, 3-year-old Grey Gelding by Separate Interest out of Favorite Pearl by Favorite Cartel. Bred and owned by Melina Fitchin, Snow Moose is trained by Jason Pasco and ridden to victory by jockey J.B. Botello. Snow Moose winning the distance with a time of 17.578 seconds, carrying a speed index of 102. Second, number 4 had to be Relentless, and third, number 5, Crash on Oki. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 41523. Those are the total results of the 7th race. In this upcoming 8th and feature race of the afternoon, we have a Stewart scratch in the program. Scratch the number 8 horse, Wicked Wild Willie. We have the following overweights. Number 2, Sugar and Pride, 2 pounds over. Number 3, Feisty Phoebe, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Pretty Magical, 3 pounds over. Number 6, Willie Lump Lump, 5 pounds over. Number 7, I Tempt You, 6 pounds over. Number 9, Snow Magically Sweet, 3 pounds over. And number 10, Hawk in the Straw, 4 pounds over. Race 8 is Race A of the late pick 4.
Race number 8 is the feature race on today's card of racing, the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity. $76,680 up for grabs. We got a field of 9 going forward, very competitive field. Right now, the 7-horse, I Tempt You, D.I. Benitez, is the heavy favorite at 1-5, but I can assure you, even though I like this horse, I think the price will come up a little bit. He won't be 1-5, that's for sure. I do like the 10-horse, Hawking in the Straw, Brian Bell, his only mound on the day, rides for Jason Pascoe. This horse is owned and bred by Eric and Joyce Littinen out of a mare that they raced, Silken Memories. Draws a nice post number 10 for this race, 3-1 on the board right now. The other horse I think might be a bit of a long shot play in here, and that's the 9-horse Snow Magically Sweet. Ricardo Moreno in to ride this horse. This is a horse that raced quite well last time. Even though the line said no excuse, I thought the horse from the inside didn't race that bad of a race. If we go back 2 starts, ran second in a stakes race. This horse has had 5 starts with a win, a second, and 2 thirds. Inside, we've got the 1-horse General Skywalker, another horse at a big price coming out of the Bob Rothstock barn. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo retains the mount on this horse, who's raced 7 times, is also already a multiple winner looking for his 3rd win of the year. The 2-horse Sugar and Pride, also coming out of the Bob Rothstock barn, is another 2-time winner looking to win his 3rd race. This horse by Sugarman Perry really got off to a good start early in the year, tailed off a little bit last time, but did win a stake 2 starts ago. And this horse, really does fit in here, and he's 5-1 right now. This race is coming up in about 6 minutes. It's the start of the last pick 4 on today's card of racing. And again, I like the 10-horse in here. 7-2 is the price. The 7-horse, 1-5. But again, I think this horse will come up in price. That's our field for race number 8, the feature race on today's card of racing, the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now parading onto the track for the 8th and feature race of the afternoon. It's the 23rd running of the Alex Peikoff Memorial Futurity for 2-year-olds with $70,000 added, making it a total purse of $76,680. Number 1, General Skywalker, owned by Marie Broadstock, trained by Bob Broadstock, and ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 2 is Sugar and Pride, owned by George Coleman, trained by Bob Broadstock, and ridden by Rachel Isaacs. Number 3 is Rick Kennedy's Feisty Phoebe, the mount to Eddie Walton. Number 4 is Pretty Magical, owned by Milena Fitchen, trained by Jason Pasco, and ridden by jockey J.B. Botello. Number 5 is Dashes of Ivory, still in the paddock there, owned by Robert Bailey, trained by Jason Pasco, and ridden by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Number 6 is Willie Lump Lump, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, trained by Bryn Robertson. The jockey is Josh Scott. Number 7 is I Tempt You, owned and trained by Jason Pasco, the mount to D.I. Benitez. Scratch number 8, Wicked Wild Willie. Number 9 is Snow Magically Sweet, owned by Milena Fitchen, trained by Jason Pasco, and ridden today by jockey Ricardo Moreno. And completing the field, number 10 is Hawk in the Straw, owned by the partnership of Eric and Joyce Lettinen, trained by Jason Pasco, and ridden by jockey Brian Bell. That is your field for the 8th race, going a distance of 400 yards. Now entering the track, that's the number 5 horse, Dashes of Ivory. All of the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point and they're loading into the gates. First one in is number 5, Dashes of Ivory. One of 5 in this field for leading trainer Jason Pasco. Number 1, General Skywalker. One of 2 in the field for Bob Broadstock. Stablemate, number 2, Sugar and Pride goes in. Number 6 is Willie Lump Lump. Number 3, Feisty Phoebe. Number 7 goes in, that's I Tempt You. Also for Jason Pasco, the lone gray in this field, trying to make it 4 wins this afternoon for grays. Number 9 is Snow Magically Sweet. Number 10 is Hawk in the Straw. They're at the post. And they're off in the Alex Peacock Memorial Futurity. Coming out together were Sugar and Pride and Pretty Magical. In the center of the track, Dashes of Ivory is running a huge race. And from the far outside, here comes Hawk in the Straw. Hawk in the Straw gaining with every stride. Towards the rail is General Skywalker. Who's it going to be? Hawk in the Straw wins the Alex Peacock Memorial Futurity. It's close for place with Willie Lump Lump and General Skywalker. The unofficial winner of the 8th race was number 10, Hawk in the Straw. Second was number 6, Willie Lump Lump. Third, number 1, General Skywalker. And fourth, number 7, I Tempt You. We have an inquiry in this 8th race, but it's only regarding the number 3, Feisty Phoebe, regarding at the start. That's number 3, Feisty Phoebe at the start. Hold all tickets, please, until the 8th race has been posted official. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection in this 8th race. It's regarding the number 3, Feisty Phoebe. The unofficial last place finisher has lodged a claim of foul against number 2, Sugar and Pride, your unofficial 5th place finisher. Hold all tickets, please. The race is under review by the stewards. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of the Alex Peacock Memorial Futurity is number 10, Hawk in the Straw. Congratulations to the connections, Eric and Joyce Lettinen, leading trainer Jason Pasco, and leading rider jockey Brian Bell. Ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video by the stewards, they have disallowed the claim of foul, and there will be no change in the order of finish. The Alex Peacock Memorial Futurity winner is now going to be number 10, Hawk in the Straw. 2-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Big Farm BF Farm Boss out of Silken Memories by Papacito. Bred and owned by the partnership of Eric and Joyce Lettinen, Hawk in the Straw is trained by Jason Pasco. That's back-to-back winners for Jason Pasco, and ridden to victory by jockey Brian Bell. Hawk in the Straw winning the distance with a time of 20.531 seconds, carrying a speed index of 83. Second, number 6, Willie Lump Lump. Third, number 1, General Skywalker. And fourth, number 7, I Tempt You. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 359-862. 4 Stewart Scratch, 7-1. Those are the total results of the 8th race. In this upcoming 9th race, we have a couple of vet scratches in the program. Scratch both number 1, Wild Kate's Dynasty, and number 6, Isaac Cocoa Puff. Therefore, there will be no show wagering in this upcoming 9th race. Jockey change on number 5, Just a KVN. The rider is Tony Phillips. And 1 overweight. The number 3 horse, Shake Some Sugar, 5 pounds over.
Race number 9 is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 80 and under, or never better than 85. 300 yards of distance in here, and right now the 5-horse, just a KVN. Tony Phillips takes over the riding assignment on this one today. This horse is coming off a victory back on October 4th, looking to put back-to-back races together for this horse here. You know what? I didn't pick him, but maybe I overlooked this filly. She's a 3-year-old filly getting better. She's coming out of the Rick Kennedy barn. Probably a bit of an oversight on my part. I ended up with the 2-horse Dazoom, Alexis Sanchez Castillo. This is a 3-year-old gelding who's won his last start back on October 18th, just a week ago, looking for back-to-back winners in here. This horse is coming out of the red-hot Lawrence Spada barn, and Alexis Sanchez, of course, rides this one today. The 3-horse, Shake Some Sugar, the 10-year-old gelding coming out of the Joe Tavares barn. This is a horse that's actually had not a bad year this year, with a win and a second and 5 starts, looking to make some additions to the payroll for this year for trainer-owner Joe Tavares. And, of course, the last horse in the race is the 4-horse, Princess Leia, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo, coming out of the this horse coming out of the Bob Broadstock barn and owned by Marie Broadstock. Another horse that this 6-year-old mare has had 1 win this year, and that was back 4 starts ago, so she's going to try to add to her bankroll this year. That's the field for race number 9 coming up in 8 minutes, and the last of our rolling pick 3s. If you're going to wager early. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's ninth race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 80 and under, or with a speed index that has never been better than 85, running for a purse of $9,000. Scratch number 1, Wildcates Dynasty. Number 2, Dazoom, owned by the partnership of Craig Spada and Rick Crispy, and ridden by Alexis Sanchez. Number 3 is Shake Some Sugar, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by jockey Ed Walton. Number 4 is Princess Leia, owned by Marie Broadstock, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. And number 5 is Rick Kennedy's Just a KVN, the mount today to Tony Phillips. Scratch number 6, Isaac Okopaff. That is your field for the ninth race, going a distance of 300 yards. Race 9 is Race A of the final pick 3 of the 2023 season. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 2, DeZoom is the first one in, trying to give Alexis Sanchez his second winner on the card, as well as owners Craig Spada and Rick Crispy and trainer Lauren Spada, winning earlier on the card with Sour Candy. Number 3 is Shake Some Sugar. Princess Leia trying to give Castillo and Broadstock their second winner on the card, as they won earlier this afternoon with Dagny Taggart. Just a KVN, the other 3-year-old, Tony Phillips aboard. They're at the post. And they're off. DeZoom to the inside. In the center, Shake Some Sugar. Third on the outside is Just a KVN. And there's Princess Leia. It's a match race right now. DeZoom and Shake Some Sugar. DeZoom now starts to pull away. And DeZoom and Alexis Sanchez win it at the end. A late closing Just a KVN is involved in a place photo with Princess Leia. The unofficial winner of the 9th race was number 2, DeZoom. Second, number 5, Just a KVN. Third, number 4, Princess Leia. And fourth, number 3, Shake Some Sugar. Now entering the winner's enclosure, your unofficial winner of the 9th race, that's number 2, DeZoom. Winning connections, Craig Spada and Rick Crispy, trainer Lauren Spada, and jockey Alexis Sanchez on their second winner of the afternoon. If this becomes official, You will now be able to redeem your program coupon for a free Frosty. The results of the ninth race are now official. The winner is number 2, DeZoom. 3-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Dash Air out of Ezoom by Shazoom. Foaled in Ontario by Richard Winsakabi. DeZoom owned by the partnership of Craig Spada and Rick Crispy. Trained by Lauren Spada and ridden to victory by Alexis Sanchez, his second win of the afternoon. DeZoom winning the distance with a time of 15.641 seconds, carrying a speed index of 88. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read Vet Scratch 1, 432, Vet Scratch. Those are the total results of the ninth race. In this upcoming 10th race, we have another Vet Scratch from your program, the number 4 horse, Up and Over. Jockey change aboard number 1, First Cold Wave. The new rider is J.B. Botello. Corrected weight will carry 3 pounds over. Number 3, Blue Eyed Merlin, 2 pounds over. Number 5, I'm Speedy, is 4 pounds over. And number 7, Mia Havana, 1 pound over.
Race number 10 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, which have never won going 110 yards. And obviously the distance is 110 yards. Right now we have a heavy favorite in here, the 2-horse Just Carolina's Award, who's my selection in here, Alexis Sanchez, who's just had an outstanding day and really an outstanding year here at Ajax Downs in his rookie season. I mean, the kid's really turned it around. He's done a really, really good job. And, of course, he's riding for that hot barn, Lauren Spada's barn, who has also had just a tremendous year. The horse to beat in here is the 1-horse First Cold Wave. I know I didn't pick this horse for second. I picked Mia Havana, but the 1-horse First Cold Wave is a horse that's has got a lot of class, has had a really good year with 8 starts, 2 wins, 3 thirds, coming off 2 440s, cuts back to 110, which is really my only concern in here. But this is a real class animal, owned by Bob Bailey and, of course, trained by Jason Pascoe. J.B. Botello takes over the riding assignment on this horse today. The 7-horse Mia Havana, Carly Furlonger rides for trainer Scott Reed. This is a horse that's had 4 chances going 110 yards with a second and a third. Draws a nice outside post for this group here with Scott Reed and Carly Furlonger. John Wilson, the owner of this horse. There are 11 races on today's card of racing, closing day here at Ajax Downs, and this will be one of your last chances to get the money here at the Downs. There are 7 minutes to post, 110 yards of distance, daily double wagering. Good luck in your wagering for race number 10.
horses are now entering the track for today's 10th race. It's the Gridiron Gallop, an allowance for 3 rolls and upward, which have never won a race at this distance of 110 yards, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, First Cold Wave, owned by Robert Bailey and ridden today by jockey J.B. Botello. Number 2 is Just Carolina's Award, owned by Craig Spada, Alexis Sanchez aboard. Number 3 is James Bogar's Blue-Eyed Merlin, ridden by jockey Rachel Isaacs. Scratch number 4 up and over. Number 5 is Les Baker's I'm Speedy, ridden by Ismael Mosquera. Number 6 is Chantal Bourgeois' S.W. the Tempest, Cassandra Jeske in the irons. And number 7 is John Wilson's Mia Havana, Carly Furlonger aboard. That is your field for the 10th race, going a distance of 110 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, First Cold Wave is in. Number 2, Just Carolina's Award. Trying to give Craig Spada, Lauren Spada, and Alexis Sanchez their third winner of the afternoon. Number 3 is Blue Eyed Merlin. 5 is I'm Speedy. Ismail Mosquera looking for win number 2. 6 is SW the Tempest. Jeski and Bourgeois looking for their second win of the afternoon, the lone mare in the field. And 7, Mia Havana, the lone 3-year-old filly in this field. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickest was First Cold Wave, but right alongside Just Carolina's Award. And from the outside, coming on strong at the end was SW the Tempest. We've got a photo to win. SW the Tempest, Just Carolina's Award. We have a photo to win in the 10th race between number 6, SW the Tempest, and number 2, Just Carolina's Award. Third was number 1, First Cold Wave, and fourth, number 5, I'm Speedy. And the winner by an Austral was number 6, SW the Tempest. Now entering the winner's enclosure, your unofficial winner of the 10th race is number 6, SW the Tempest. The results of the 10th race are now official. The winner is number 6, SW the Tempest, 4-year-old Baymare by Send a Candy Guy out of Extravagant Moves by Shazoom. Foaled in Oklahoma by Sherry Wingfield, SW the Tempest is owned and trained by Chantal Bourgeois, her second win of the afternoon, and ridden to victory by jockey Cassandra Jeske, also her second winner on the card. SW the Tempest winning the distance with a time of 6.952 seconds, carrying a speed index of 96. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 326, vet scratch 415. Those are the total results of the 10th race. In this upcoming 11th race, we have a vet scratch in the program. Scratch number 1, Joe Checkers. We have a jockey change aboard number 5, Quick as a Hiccup. The rider is Diego Benitez. Corrected weight will carry 6 pounds over. And the following overweights, number 2, Sugarman's Delight, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Night Leader, 1 pound over. Number 6, Bogey Wheels, 2 pounds over. And number 7, SW Snow Magically Cool, 3 pounds over.
Race number 11 is the final race on today's card of racing and the final race of 2023 here at Ajax Downs. We're all looking forward to this one. We'll see if we can get even for the year. Right now, the bottom horse, Shaken, has taken the early money. That, of course, coming out of the Chantal Bourgeois barn. They're looking for their third winner on today's card. Great race in the last race with SW, the Tempest, getting the job done right at the wire for this outfit. I still like the 8-horse in here. Chicks Dig My Money Bags, I think is going to be an awfully tough to beat in here. I also like the 5-horse Quick as a Hiccup, 7-1 right now. 5.8 exact would be kind of nice right now. That'd pay off quite well. And of course, how can we leave the 2-horse Sugarman's Delight off the ticket? This 10-year-old gelding coming out of the Joe Tavares barn, ridden by Eddie Walton, is nothing but a warrior, has already won 2 races this year in 9 starts with 3 seconds, 5 out of 9 in the money. Real nice horse. This race is going to be a tough race to bet, but I do like the 5-horse, I like the 8, and of course the 2-horse in race number 11. Let me just take one quick minute here and thank everyone who followed us this year. Here at Ajax Downs, we really appreciate you supporting us, and thanks of course to the management here and everyone involved in racing. Great season, looking forward to seeing you in May. Good luck with your wagering in the last at Ajax Downs.
The horses are now entering the track for the 11th and final race of the afternoon and the final race of the 2023 season. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 90 and under, or with a speed index that has never been better than 95, running for a purse of $10,000. Scratch number 1, Joe Checkers. Number 2, Sugarman's Delight, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by Ed Walton. Number 3 is Just a Deal, owned by the partnership of Marie Broadstock and the Peacock Cattle Company, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo in the irons. Number 4 is Night Leader, owned by the partnership of Scott Reed and John Wilson, Carly Furlonger aboard. Number 5 is Brad Clark's Quick as a Hiccup, the mount to D.I. Benitez. 6 is James Bogar's Bogey Wheels, ridden today by jockey Rachel Isaacs. Number 7, SW Snow Magically Cool, owned by Melina Fitchin and ridden by J.B. Botello. Number 8 is Chicks Dig My Money Bags, owned by Ruth Barber and ridden by Tony Phillips. And number 9 is Chantal Bourgeois' Shaken, Cassandra Jeske in the saddle. That is your field for the 11th race, going a distance of 350 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point and they're loading into the gates. Sugarman's Delight is the first one in. Number 6, Bogey Wheels is in. Number 3, Just a Deal. Number 4 is Night Leader. 7, SW Snow Magically Cool. 5 is Quick as a Hiccup. 2 left to load. They are number 8, Chicks Dig My Money Bags. And the last one in, number 9, Shaken, trying to give Bourgeois and Jeski both ends of the late daily double. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the outside is SW Snow Magically Cool. Towards the inside, Sugarman's Delight. And in the center of the track there is Quick as a Hiccup. Quick as a Hiccup trying to gain on Sugarman's Delight. Those two coming down to the payoff. Sugarman's Delight digs in and wins it. Second was Quick as a Hiccup. We're going to have a show photo. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to all tickets, please. We have a jockey's objection in this 11th race. The number 4 Night Leader, rider Carly Furlonger, has lodged a claim of foul against number 5, Quick as a Hiccup, the unofficial second place finisher. Hold all tickets, please. The race is under review by the stewards. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have an additional jockey's objection. Number 4, Night Leader, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner. Number 2, Sugarman's Delight. Once again, hold on to all tickets, please, until the 11th race has been posted official. 4 against 5 and 4 on 2. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that there will be no change in the order of finish. Both claim of fouls have been disallowed. The 11th race is now official. The winner is number 2, Sugarman's Delight. 10-year-old Sorrow Gelding by Sugarman Perry out of Wonder's Delight by the Thoroughbred Relegate. Bred in Ontario by Christine Tavares, Sugarman's Delight is owned and trained by Joe Tavares and ridden to victory by jockey Eddie Walton. Sugarman's Delight winning the distance with a time of 17.846 seconds, carrying a speed index of 94. Second, number 5, Quick as a Hiccup. Third, number 4, Night Leader. And fourth, number 6, Bogey Wheels. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read Vet Scratch 1, 732, 4586. Those are the total results of the 11th race. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our year of quarter horse racing here at Ajax Downs. And on behalf of the entire Ajax Downs staff, we thank you for all your support in quarter horse racing and wish you a very happy holiday year and hope to see you all back in May of 2024. This is Frank Ferrari wishing everyone a safe drive home.